बाईचे चॅनल जाऊन लाईव्ह चालू केला का तू स्टार्टच तो क्रॉप माईकचा करू का मग कनेक्ट करायचं चेक करायला आपण लावायला लागेल ना सरांना सांगितलं का
मग तिकडं जाताना मग मला
नाही काही
प्रॉब्लेम येतोय तिथं पण
थोडासा हे झालं. थोडासा हँग झाला.
नाही पण कनेक्ट नाही झाला अजून.
हां पासवर्ड बरोबर आहे. आपण झालं सरांनी हे
रिपोर्ट करू का?
रिपोर्ट स्लिपला टाकून परत करूया का?
काहीच होत नाही हे काय ट्राईंग टू कनेक्ट म्हणतो आणि हँगच झाला ते. नाही काही नाही म्हणतो ते. पण कनेक्टिव्हिटी मिळेल ना, कारण सगळं जे आहे ते ह्याच्यावरती आहे,
नेटवरतीच मिळेल ना, कनेक्टिव्हिटी मिळेल तुम्हाला.
नाही तर मला मोबाईलने घ्यावं लागेल.
नाही पण तो हा झाला हँगच झाला.
हँग झाला आहे.
हां
ॲक्सेस पॉईंट बदलला का?
ॲक्सेस नाही
नाही ना.
नाही थोडंसं हँग झालं. पण कनेक्ट होईना गेलं. ब्राउझरमध्ये रिस्टोर केलं तर ॲटोमॅटिक सगळे टॅब्स
फक्त परत नेटवर्कला जाऊन तो माझा
ऑथेंटिकेशन फी रिक्वायर्ड. अच्छा
झालं कनेक्ट?
हो
नाही पासवर्ड मिळाला नाही वाटतं.
आहे ना.
पण कनेक्ट नव्हतं. काय झालं आहे बघा कनेक्ट एक मिनिट.
नाही सगळं त्यांचं सरांचं ऑनलाईन.
नाही मी पाहिजे डाउनलोड करून घेतो, म्हणजे मग परत प्रॉब्लेम यायला नको. नेट डाऊन झाला म्हणजे घोळ व्हायचा.
डाउनलोड करून घेतो.
फॉरवर्ड करून परत हॉटस्पॉट होईल पण
हॉटस्पॉट देतो 2 मिनिटात.
नाही माझा हॉटस्पॉट देतो दोन
हे का तुमचा काय पासवर्ड
तुम्ही नाही गेला म्हणजे प्रॉब्लेम
ASDF 1 2 3 4
डन डन.
स्क्रीन हे करायची का पॅरलल
डाउनलोड करू. इथं का दिसत नाही पण
विंडोज परत
विंडोज पीला
कनेक्ट करा. नाही झाला अजून कनेक्ट.
अजून एक कनेक्ट वाटल्यास
नाही नाही होतं नॉर्मली काय प्रॉब्लेम येत नाही. येस
जॉईन डिस्प्ले हां मिरर
तुम्हाला हे पाहिजे ना कॉपी करून
डाउनलोड होते ना.
केले की डाउनलोड केलेली एक मिनिट.
केली का फक्त पेन ड्राईव्हमध्ये शोईंग फोटो हां कॉपी इकडे लवकर हां
हो
तुला लगेच होते.
किंवा इकडे जाऊ का पेन ड्राईव्ह डिटेक्ट होईल तिथं इथे घेऊ का
चालू करा. मी तर म्हणतो
हां
झालं तर ठीक.
ठीक आहे
चालू
ना
करा.
सर चालू करू काय हरकत नाही चालेल डिटेक्ट नाही झालं
अरे
जाऊ पेन ड्राईव्ह ठीक आहे
तो
सर
न्यू व्हॉल्यूम असेल का व्हॉल्यूमचं नाव काय ते
नाही नाही
दाखवत नाही पण दाखवत नाही तो
हां दाखवत नाही
ठीक आहे.
सर
ठीक
तुम्हाला हां
सर
हे देऊ
चालू करा.
हां चालेल हे स्लायडर आहे सर नाही डाउनलोड केली ना सर
परत स्क्रीन येईल.
तुम्ही हेच कॅप्चर करा
अरे हे काय केलं
कसं डाउनलोड केल्यामधून हे करायचं का डाउनलोड केल्यामधून इथे डाउनलोड केलेलं
नाही डाउनलोड केलं की हेच आहे ते हेच ओपन केलेलं आहे नाही सॉरी हो हो असं अरे
that we can provide. And what is that our institute, like Walchand College of Engineering, has provided as far as the infrastructural support is concerned. So that will come in second part of it. But in the first part, we'll be looking at what requirements the infrastructural things are expected in IDP. But before going to this part of IDP preparation, I know that you had gone through 1 day's intensive training program, which is delivered by Mitesh sir of QIP, and I hope that he has cleared out most of the doubts. But still, to revise the things, I would like to further upon some of the important points or features of the NEP, as well as what made us to go for this preparation of IDP. So, let us see what the user perspective of NEP to 2020 is. You must be knowing the reasons why we are going for, why NEP is basically coming to us, and what is expected out of this NEP. Now, as far as education policy of the entire nation is concerned, it was first initiated somewhere in the 16th century, and then it was revised in 18th century. So 66 and 87 somewhere it was revised, and after 80 there was no any revision of education policy at the national level. And most of us have gone through the education system, we as a student of course, and many of us are faculty members for a long time in the university system. So as you know, when we were students or when we were faculty members, till recently, we had lot of expectations from the education system. Like when we were students, we were used to say that, or we used to follow most of the practices which were followed by our seniors. And when we become faculty member, we followed the same thing. The expectations slightly changed because we were converted into faculty members who were using the infrastructure, who were using the academic systems for delivering the sessions. But the expectations, the direction of expectation was almost similar, and this lasted for a long time. If you look at the tradition, then you will find that it is the philosophy hasn't changed for a long time. Of course, there were a lot of attempts which were made by the central government and state government to make some corrections, but these were minor corrections which were carried out, like making the institutes autonomous, giving them more power, making the different bodies with which the things can be slightly changed. But these were just kind of additions which were done. But through this process of NEP, through this particular phase of completely revamping the structure, what is being expected is, we are expecting a lot of changes. Of course, very few of us know exactly what will happen, because we are so much into the academics that many times we are busy in our academics, delivering the course, preparing the course, and doing a lot of aspects which are related to the course. But lot within this particular NEP 2020. Of course, if it is implemented with the sole the purpose for which it was all done. The basic features of this is we wanted, or the government wanted it to be inclusive. Why it is to be inclusive is many of the students will feel that you might have seen that they are leaving the institute, they are leaving the course because of many reasons. And many students are not finding enough time and enough financial assistance to pursue these kinds of courses in the higher education institutes. There is also a purpose of increasing the enrollment ratio. So enrollment ratio is somewhere near 20%, which needs to be improved to 50% by within say 10 to 12 years. So that is the main aim behind rolling out this NEP 2020. Then another important aspects, these are the general expectations or general things which are seen by the general people from NEP 2020. So I am not going in details of each and every feature of NEP 2020. So ME is multiple entry, multiple exits, which I think it was discussed yesterday also. So instead of what is happening now is once the student enters in the first year, he has to complete the entire course. So instead, it is envisaged that the students will be allowed to enter at any point of time and they will be allowed to exit from any point of time. That means they can enter into the first year, they can leave after first year, second year, third year and fourth year. So when they exit, they will be able to get that appropriate degree. So whether it is the certificate, whether it is diploma, degree, honors, whatever, they will get it, and the purpose of this is they will be able to enter into the system at any point of time. Of course, there is some limit, time limit, 7 years in the total duration. So they can come after and join the course any time after within that span, and they can complete their education. Example is, suppose that the student has completed 2 years, he will get a diploma, he will be able to go work in the industry because of his financial background. You must have seen that there are many reasons why the students are leaving the educational institutes. Of course, you will not see this in urban area, but the rural area will find that there are a lot of students who actually leave it in between. They go for some work because of the financial constraints, and they don't have any way to come back. So that's why they find it difficult to continue with their education. So that kind of problems are actually eradicated into this. So multiple exit and multiple entries allowed. Third is, again, we have seen that the institutes, please.
What will happen to Polytechnic?
Polytechnic probably will, I am not the correct person to comment on it, but that will get merged into the mainstream. That is what is expected. Because we will be providing diplomas also. Yes, diplomas. Yeah. So it is possible that they will merge everything together, and because we have, again, you must have seen that there is a shortage of faculty. So merging this diploma faculty with this and then strengthening the staff probably will help to run the entire system, entire schedule of NEP 2020. Third is, we have seen that we have very concrete walls between the different branches. We have concrete walls between different institutes. That means the student who is pursuing, say, mechanical engineering degree is not allowed to go to some other degree and take up a course. So that kind of walls will now be diminished. Students will be given a flexibility to do the courses as per their own wish. So possibly a student who is doing a course in engines will be able to get a course, or he will be able to register for a course in cloud computing, or he will be able to register for a course in embedded system. The reason behind this is, at the end of the journey, at the end of the degree, you will find that the student is not only getting restricted, getting a job in the restricted area. In fact, he is supposed to work in multidisciplinary role. He is supposed to work, if he is working in engines, he probably is required to produce some results out of he is supposed to work with computers and engines and produce some results in terms of performance of that engine. So it is very difficult unless until he knows what computer system is, what programming is, what simulation tools are required, and how to tune them further. So unless until these technologies and even the basic technologies like cloud computing, unless until he has that idea of what cloud computing is, he will take much more time, and spending that much time, allowing the employee to spend time in learning the things, as far as companies, organizations are concerned, will be difficult. They will be expensive for it. So instead, if we can provide multidisciplinary education to the students of his or her own interest, then probably it will be more, he will be more industry ready. So that is the purpose of having multidisciplinary education. The third or fourth thing is, you must have seen that, particularly as far as the government organizations or semi-government organizations are concerned, you will find that there are lots of resources. resources in terms of the classrooms, the seminar rooms, the equipments, very high-end equipments like projectors, servers. So these kinds of equipments or the resources are not utilized to the fullest extent. The reason behind whatever reasons there are, because of they are allocated to a particular class, particular group of people. So their utilization is very poor. So government actually wants to make it usable to all. So the solution is to share those resources with the other branches, if not with the other branches, with the other institutes, other branches, other institutes or other places also. So if it is possible that these high-end equipments could be shared, could be accessed remotely, then the utilization will go on. So that is another purpose. Even the classrooms are not properly utilized. Maybe high-end classrooms are being used only for one day in a week. So that is completely gross underutilization of those resources. So it is expected that you should use these resources to their fullest extent. But because whatever money we have spent, whatever money the organization has invested into it, we should get some kind of. Then it was being discussed for a long time that students from the local community or from the rural background, they find it very difficult to understand the concepts. They find it very difficult to understand things because the instruction language is English. So it is envisaged by the government that let us start. Of course, this will not be available in higher education institutes, but in the school education up to certain age limit, there will be a provision of delivering the courses in local languages. So that will help the students to understand, to grasp the logic. And you must have seen that the subjects like mathematics, everybody has their own experiences. Understanding the mathematical concepts and then applying those concepts in real world is really a difficult task, and which is basically that is one of the disadvantages of most of the students they face, and that's why the failure in the subjects like mathematics, like applied mathematics, applied mechanics and all those things is very difficult. And one of the reasons behind it is probably we are not teaching them the concepts behind it, we are not teaching them the application oriented things. So applied mathematics, if it is taught, then probably they will understand the importance of it and they will be able to apply that mathematics which they have learned in the schools during their actual employment. So it is very important that the students should understand the concept, students should understand the courses, and they should be able to apply that knowledge immediately after coming out of the schools or colleges. So that is the main reason behind making them or providing them the education in the language they understand. Though we say that, though this is being said many times that language is one of the major barriers. So they have tried. Of course, it is not possible, as you know, that most of the technical courses cannot be taught in local languages. We find it difficult. I don't know how many of you are into that project of converting the books, technical books, into Marathi or whatever. So it is that way very difficult. Though you find the equivalent words in Marathi, it is very difficult for even a person who has learned the things in Marathi to understand what it is. So there are some limitations, but by and large, at school levels at least, we can think of providing both the supports, like English as well as local language support, so that the understanding of the students can be enhanced. And then one of the important purpose is to provide maximum flexibility to the students. Flexibility in terms of taking the courses. Again, as I said, there is complete concrete wall-like structures in our curriculum. Like the student is supposed to take a particular course. Of course, we are providing some electives, this and that. But again, he is supposed to complete all the courses which are offered by the department. He is supposed to take all the courses from courses as an elective. He is not allowed to take the courses which are offered by other departments. That is one of the constraints. What is expected out of this particular thing is he should get a flexibility that not only he should be allowed to take the courses which are offered by the other department, but he should be allowed to take the similar kind of courses which are offered by the other institutes. Now these courses are offered in, they can be offered in any mode. Maybe they could be offered in online mode, where he is not supposed to go, he is not required to go there and take up the course. He should be allowed to take up the courses which are offered in some other mode, like MOOC kind of courses should be allowed to him. Of course, this flexibility has to be given by the faculty. Now, you can make some modifications, like you may allow that student to take up that course, and maybe the evaluation could be carried out at the local institute. Okay? So that kind of flexibility could be given. The benefit of that is probably the faculty, because the faculties are teaching the course, various courses, and they are not masters of it. Many times the courses changes. So this year I am teaching X course. Next year I may teach Y course. So I don't have that expertise. So it will take some time, maybe a year or so, to make me comfortable in delivering the courses in that. In the meantime, if you allow the students to take up these courses which are offered in MOOC form, then probably it will help not only to the student but also to the faculty. So the faculty will also be a learner initially, and then once he gets expertise, he will be allowed to deliver the courses on or standalone courses by. So that is one of the advantages which we get, and it is expected that the university should allow these kinds of flexibilities. And unless and until somebody says, like we have a standard mechanism, unless and until central government says or gives the direction to the state government, and state government gives similar kind of directions to the universities gives this direction to the. So there is a lot of mechanism which is involved for doing any changes in the standard patterns. The local faculty should be allowed to decide how the course will be delivered, how it is to be evaluated, and all the necessary requirements for that course will be decided strictly by. Of course, he can consult with the HODs or principals or whatever, but he should be given that freedom. And unless and until that freedom is given to him, the similar flexibility will not be extended to the student. So ultimately, the government wants that the student should get the flexibility, and you will see that surprisingly, lot of courses, almost you take any course, that course is available in one or the other online, and you will find that if you are teaching a course, the quality of the course which is offered, which is available online in online mode, is better than what is being delivered. Okay, so of course there are some pros and cons for delivering these courses online and learning through online, but the things are available. So the students have got a lot of options nowadays. It is not necessary that he should learn everything from the traditional classroom kind of pattern. He can get that knowledge from anywhere. So I think you must have heard what Elon Musk recently told, right? Maybe 2 days back or so. He said that the colleges are irrelevant nowadays. Of course, you should not take his advice as it is, but we need to think over how to change, how to make some changes which are required, which is a need of the hour. So he said that these colleges, there is no need for a student to go to a college. Everything is available online. He can select the way, he can select the time, the student can select the time, the way, the mode, everything he can select and he can gain the knowledge. So the standard pattern or the standard formula that the knowledge is only available in classrooms is now slowly going down. And because the students have lots of options, we as a faculty should remain as facilitated. We should tell him or her that these things are available in better way at this particular resource. This is available. You can take this part from here, this part from here, and then we should help him or her in understanding the things at a better space, better place. So that probably is what is important and what is required to be done by a faculty. Okay. So these are some of the things which I feel I should revisit, and we should be very serious about it, because as I said, NEP probably if it is implemented in spirit, it will change the entire education system. And then let us now look at what is the purpose of this ID. We are always talking about ID, Institution Development Plan. So what is, basically it is a kind of white paper which the institute is supposed to produce. And what this white paper is supposed to contain, it contains a lot of information, and it helps almost the majority, it helps the policy makers. Now who are the policy makers? Policymakers are the management of the institute, or the administrators at the university level, or they could be the administrators at the state or central level, who are actually monitoring what is happening, what is the progress of what is being implemented. Okay. So this will help the policymakers to do a lot of things. One is to define the framework for appropriate and effective use of aids. Okay, I'll being a computer science or IT faculty, I'll be concentrating more on ICT thing. So it will help the policymakers to define for the appropriate and effective. Now these two words are very important, because technology is growing like anything. What you get today probably will be obsolete tomorrow. So you should be able, as a policymaker must be able to decide what is appropriate and what is effective. We'll be looking at the details of it later on. Then to identify and fulfill the needs of the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Stakeholders are everyone. The student, the parents, the society, everyone. So before deciding anything, you should come up with a document, with a white paper, saying that these are the requirements, these are the expectations of the stakeholders. And then you should be able, as a policymaker, with your own plan, you should be able to fulfill those requirements or expectations. Third is a very important factor in the entire NEP is the ICT infrastructure. ICT infrastructure is basically infrastructure which will be used by all the stakeholders for getting to know and for understanding this things. So it is the responsibility of the policymaker to verify or to standardize the ICT infrastructure. Now for the existing institute, it will be slightly difficult because they have already invested some of their money. Some finances are being diverted in ICT, but the institutes which are coming up, or the institutes who want to develop from zero, probably they have to think over it and they have to plan it appropriately. Then, because ICT is one of the important component in the development, we should ensure that ICT is basically everything is being available in software. It is available wherever you go. You carry it along with it all the time. So one should ensure that whatever credentials, whatever information of the stakeholders is present in software is all secure. So security is safety or security of the data is one of the important things, and that should be properly addressed. It is also useful in so as to apply the principle of light but tight. I think you must have heard this phrase, light but tight. Light is basically the regulations. You will see that there are lots of regulations, like central government has some regulations which are actually passed to the UGC, then AICT, then state government, then so there are lots of regulators. So if you want to make some changes, the major decisions have to proceed through all these regulators. So they are trying to make these regulators or the regulating authority their hold as less as possible. But some of the important things they want to keep it very tight. So the policy is light but tight. So light is regulations are light and the governance is tight. So you are saying that these are the basic rules which one must follow. So there won't be any compromise. But the rules are very few. Hardly 2-3 rules one has to follow meticulously. Whereas there are very less regulations. So there is very little control over.
But it's slightly heavy, so can I hold it? Or
So there is very little there has to be very little control.
But the whatever control you have a very tight control. So that's what light but tight is. And that is done through the applications of technology for data and information exchange. So all these things are being monitored, being governed by the technology, the software technology or the ICT policies. To make today's education infrastructure future ready, green, effective and efficient. So you will find that there are huge documents which are available online which will define how one can write IDP for the institute. And in that infrastructure you will find that each one of these terms, like what is future ready, what is green, effective and efficient, all these are defined properly. So what is expected out of these things is clearly mentioned, and it is expected that the policymaker has to take the cognizance of it and put it appropriately in IDP. So IDP is basically a document, a Bible, which is to be produced, maybe 50-page document, in which the institute proposes what is expected and what changes it is planning to make, what is the timeline for those changes, and what is ultimately the effect of those changes, what will happen once all those changes are made. Now, to make any, say, if you are staying in a house and if you want to make some modification in the house, you need to first of all decide the purpose for which you are making those modifications. Of course, I am not just talking about purchasing a table and purchasing a chair in a house. I am talking about major changes. Okay. So, if you are going for, say, major change like removing a wall from one location and putting it to somewhere else, or you are going for a false wall kind of false ceiling kind of thing, then you should first of all write down what is the purpose, why you have decided that you will be making that change, because it involves lots of resources, financial resources. You need to spend some time, some money, probably that resource won't be available for some time. So all the policies will change. So you need to first of all take a feedback from the stakeholders, and then you can decide what made you to decide that you want to change that thing. Okay. So you will find that when the IDP is prepared, you will find the list of feedbacks which are received, and they are categorized into different categories, and then it is said that these are the feedback which is received from, this is the feedback which is received from student, this is the feedback which is received from parent, this is the feedback which is received from faculty, and because of these feedbacks we want to make some changes, and these are the changes which are expected, which will probably solve the problems which are raised by the stakeholders. And once we get that, then the policymaker is supposed to propose some changes into it and then say that these changes will take place in this much duration of time, and the usability of that will be this. So that is what your IDP is. That is institutional development plan, and this plan will be effective, of course, depending on what changes are proposed, will be effective after 3 to 5 years, and it has to be valid for at least 10 years. Okay. So whatever changes are proposed, one needs to make those changes in the appropriate given time, and once the scheduled time is over, the stakeholders should be able to use that facility appropriately, and probably you will get a feedback. Now somebody has to monitor, because the students or the stakeholders have given some feedback and you are making some major modifications into it, and you as a policy holder or policy maker has submitted a proposal. So it is basically a proposal, and you are also mentioning the timeline in it. So somebody has to monitor. Who will monitor this? So it is a responsibility of the regulatory bodies like UGC probably, who will monitor what is happening. So probably there will be some visits by these experts of UGCs who will look into what your IDP is, and who will look into what is happening, what is the current state of art. So whether the institute is sticking to whatever is being said in the institutional development plan. So this institutional development plan is one of the important document in IDP. So they are giving some time for the institutes to prepare this plan, because this is a long term document. It has a long reaching effect on the health and the quality of the educational institute. So Probably, I think government and government aided institutes have already submitted the institute development plan IDP, and the other institutes will also follow the same in short duration of time. So, the purpose of preparing, of course, as far as the preparation of IDP is concerned, one should spend a lot of time in preparing it. One should first of all read what is the requirement. As I said, there is a long process which needs to be followed to start preparing that document, and then probably you will need a lot of consultants who will tell you how to proceed with whatever changes you are envisaging. Okay. As I said, the last point is self and peer evaluation. Once the IDP is prepared and submitted in the regular intervals, probably these regulatory authorities will visit the organization and will ensure, will just keep the IDPs and the current status in front of them, and will check whether the institutes are following these timelines or not. Okay. So, that is why this IDP is very, very important. It is one of the important document in the entire NEP. So, government is spending a lot of time in ensuring that these IDPs are prepared, submitted and evaluated. So, there will be a initial evaluation to ensure that the IDPs are prepared in proper format, in the proper way, and once they are finalized, that will be your Bible for the institute, as I said, for at least 10 years, and the institute is supposed to follow that meticulously, that IDP meticulously. Now, let us move our attention to the infrastructure which is required at the education institute level. So, we need to incorporate the information communication technology ICT in basically at various stages in classrooms. We need to make the campuses safe, physically safe as well as logically safe, ensuring easy and efficient administration of the infrastructure. This is also one of the important things. The infrastructure so created should be cost effective and should give returns on investment. Whatever investment is made by the management or the policymaker has to get some returns, and whatever investment is made must be cost effective. So, it is not that you will get, as I said, because there is the obsolescence rate is very huge. So, it is possible that you may get very high end equipment which probably will not be of that use. So, while investing, you should be, policymakers must be very cautious. Another important thing is conservation of energy. So, whatever national policies are there, one should stick to that standard guidelines, and they should ensure that electricity, water, gas, etc., whatever is being used in the campus, they must be used efficiently. Electricity, there is again standard process, a standard process manual is given as a standard document by NEP in NEP manual, and you will find that the way in which the electricity is to be distributed to the various departments, what carriers are to be used, how it is to be made available, what are the safety norms which needs to be followed, all those things are properly documented. So, one needs to look at them, one needs to read them, understand them, and then put them appropriately in the IDP. Okay. So, you are not just blindly copying them as it is from that standard documents in your IDP. You should ensure that whatever you are copying, whatever you are putting, including, that must be followed meticulously while you are developing the campus. Particularly electricity, water, those things are very important because we are talking about efficient utilization of these resources. Then technology selection with adaptable, scalable and maintainable, and it should be overcome the quick obsolescence. Each one of the point is very much stressed in the IDP and has to be taken one has to take a proper cognizance of those things. It must be adaptable. So, as far as your infrastructure or hardware equipments are concerned, you should ensure that it is adaptable. So, if the technology changes, you should be able to change it appropriately without spending much amount on it. It should be scalable. Scalable means today your campus intake probably is 100, tomorrow it may grow up. If it is 200, it should not happen that the entire infrastructure has to be thrown out and new infrastructure is to be purchased. That should not happen. So, you should ensure that whatever you are purchasing now is scalable. You should be easily scale it up. Okay. Now, the scalable has become one of the important keyword, because scalability is expected at every level. I think you must be watching the series like Shark Tank. Okay, so you will see that, you will hear that word many times: scalability, scalability, scale. So scalability, of course, this was an issue earlier, but it was not taught about earlier. Nowadays, everybody is talking about scalability. How scalable you are, how scalable your business is. So similarly, for a policymaker, he needs to ensure that it is scalable. Now, it is not always upward scalable, downward scalable also. If some of the branches are not performing well, you should have some remedy to it. You should make some modifications to it. You should reduce the intake, increase the intake in appropriate area, and so on and so forth. So that scalability has to be done properly, and for that, whatever changes are required in the infrastructure, you should be able to look at them, and that should be properly addressed in your IDP. The campus is has to be a future ready. That is, whatever changes takes place in near future, of course, at least that you should be able to address those changes and imbibe the future technologies easily without changes to the existing infrastructure. So with very little changes, you should be able to adapt to those new changes. Similarly, the one of the important factor which I skipped is the obsolescence. So obsolescence is one of the important factor which needs to be looked at very carefully. Okay, some of the equipments like your personal desktops or personal computers, PCs or laptops, they are getting obsolete. So you need to ensure that while selecting or while purchasing those things, you should ensure that whatever specification you are providing, technical specification, that should be proper. So let us look at ICT infrastructure. You will find that there are three poles, like the technologists, the administrators, and the educators. So educators is basically the managers. So they should ensure all these things, like as far as ICT infrastructure, overall ICT infrastructure is concerned, you should one should ensure that it should be easily available for use. Okay, so it is easy to use. It should be easy to use. It should be ergonomic rooms must be available. Ergonomic is basically handling of them should be proper. Okay, they should be easily able to handle anyone, any stakeholder, like basically student. Suppose that you are providing some kiosk in the campus, so you should ensure that that device is being used properly, or it must be a user friendly. It should not happen that the student is going there but he finds it difficult. So this you will find everywhere. Most of the situations when you travel, you will find that the things are not, though the facilities are provided, there is very less information made available. So the usability of that thing goes down. So though you have invested huge amount of resources, huge amount of finances into it, because the usability is less, ultimately the stakeholders are not satisfied. So you should ensure that these things are not happening in the campus. Then consistency across rooms. So as far as the connectivity between the rooms is concerned, you should ensure that the proper connectivity is given, and everywhere you should provide a help button. So if any problem comes during his movement or any stakeholder's movement in the campus, he should get immediate response. Okay, so maybe you can provide app, maybe you can provide some kiosk, maybe you can provide some displays in between, wherein he will get those inputs at any point of time. As far as the administrator is concerned, he needs to look at all these things with different perspective, like what is the balance, benefit and cost, return on investment he need to look at. The simplified planning and budgeting he should concentrate. Of course, these are basically for administrator. So he should have a complete bird eye view of what investment he is doing and what are the returns, and not just the returns for a particular year, but long term returns. Say if the investment is valid if the infrastructure is valid for 10 years, he should get all those figures. Then he should have the freedom of getting into it easily. I mean, he should be able to manage it easily. Of course, though he is not managing it, he should be able to get a view of what is the utilization of each one of these resources, because these resources are very rich in their functionality, very rich in their cost. So, he should get that view very easily. Then for the administrator, even the entire control must be very user friendly. So, sitting in one chair, he should be able to see all that is what is happening across the campus. Of course, these kinds of things are available in form of surveillance cameras across various positions, across various locations in the campus nowadays, particularly in private institutes. But it is not just surveillance, it is not just the security. What he should get is, he should get a complete view of what is happening, what lectures are being taken up and in progress, what are the other activities which are carried out, what are the students doing, what level of internet is being used, what level of different resources are being used. So, all that he should be able to get in one touch maybe. Okay. So, one should devise that kind of strategy, and one should devise that kind of mechanism with which the management can get a complete view of what is happening. Of course, he or she must be intelligent enough to understand it and to ensure that it is being run in an efficient way. Okay. Now, it is expected that you should have what is called as CICTC, that is Campus Information and Communication Technology Center. Now, this is responsible for all ICT related activities across the campus. Now, it consists of lot of things, like it consists of a data center, which normally a college does not have, but it is expected that you should have, though it is small, you should have your own data center. Of course, there are so many alternatives to it. One alternative is instead of having your own data center is basically the center in which you have lots of storage, lots of servers, lots of computing devices available, and these services are provided to various departments, to all the students. Okay. So, that is what the data center is. So, it manages the bandwidth, it manages all the resources, computing resources particularly. It manages the mechanisms like security, it manages the mechanisms like content delivery, it manages everything almost. So, all that is expected. So, this is basically heart of the entire system. So, you should manage it very appropriately. So, data centers, as I said, one alternative is to provide everything. Instead of providing it in your campus, you can provide it on cloud. But that will take more time, because unless until you have very concrete bandwidth available and guaranteed bandwidth available and connectivity available, that is difficult. You must have seen that we struggled for at most 10 to 15 minutes for getting a connectivity here. So, that should not happen. It should be all the time available. So, we should use the latest technology and ensure that the technology is available in form of connectivity in least possible time. So, when I enter into the campus, I get connected to the internet, and that the connectivity will not be broken till at least I leave the campus. Again, as far as data center is concerned, there is huge investment required, and you must have proper trained staff who probably will manage it. Okay. Only private companies can afford these kind of things, but it is expected that you should have very small version, at least a very small data center. Okay. Then it is also expected that you should have your own broadcasting equipment, with which you should be easily transmit the resources which you are creating. Now, the resources could be a lecture. Suppose that it is not that you should deliver the courses to your own students. It should happen that if you are expert enough in your particular domain, then you should be able to deliver these courses for the outside students, for the outside community. So, for that you need what is called as a studio. So, studio, broadcast, everything, all those hardware and equipments probably must be available. And of course, some of the stakeholders for that course could be your own students. So it should be available to both internal students as well as outside students. So you must have that kind of facility available. Now this probably again is a need of our nowadays, because you are expecting your students to take help from the outside experts. So similarly, you being experts, you should be able to make your services available to the outside world. Then you should have a media lab. Again, it is almost similar, basically for audio video content management. So whatever lectures are being produced nowadays, I mean this particular course is being made available on YouTube. So you must have that recording system available. Now this is very simple kind of recording system. It must be made in very professional manner, so that whatever lectures are recorded, those must be edited, those must be properly put in appropriately and made available to the outside students. So one can earn money out of it, and the whole purpose of doing it, all these things, is to ensure that the things are done in professional way. So once you put the efforts into it, you should be able to use those efforts and earn money out of it. And maybe if you want to change it, you can change it. Some of the changes can be changes can be made into it. You can edit that video and then put the appropriate content, revised content into it. That becomes another course. Okay, so those kinds of features must be available. Those kinds of facilities must be available. So you must have the appropriate hardware, appropriate software, editing software, appropriate hardware for recording, for mixing. All those things are expected out of it. Then you should have what is called as central command room for real-time monitoring and security monitoring. So whatever physical attacks are there, some anonymous person is coming in and creating some trouble, that should not happen. So you should have particularly the arrangement like CCTV camera. So probably that someone will be continuously monitoring what is happening. If it is not in physical way, it should be in automatic way. So whenever a person enters, maybe based on his ID, his or her ID, he should be identified, he should be tagged, he should be actually tracked throughout the campus to ensure that he is not creating any problem or he is not the unknown. Once the person is known to be insider, then probably the tracking could be stopped. But there are facilities. You must have seen some videos when I remember when Corona came into existence 2 years back. There are some videos which were came up, which indicated that in China particularly, they have tracked every person going from particular location to any location. So this tracking was so efficient. They have tracked every person he contacted. So for what time, at what time he reached a particular spot, to whom he met, for how much time. So all that recording and everything was there with them. So of course we are not expecting, and in the education institute this is not expected, but this can be done, and probably we need it at some point of time. Then management of the systems like UIMS and RMS networks. So these are basically for network managements. Okay, we'll be looking at them later on in detail. Then structured and Wi-Fi networks, intranet and internet. There are some institutes who are very good in providing these kinds of structures. So these are the backbones of any institute. If you have a good network connectivity, if you have good connectivity across the campus, then probably it will help, because your students can go from one point to the other point. If the faculty has moved from one point to the other point, and if you wants to communicate with the rest of the students, then it should be easily possible. So unless and until you have this kind of network, proper network, probably it is difficult. So not just wired network, but also a Wi-Fi network. So Wi-Fi network, the usage is, you are always connected. So if you want to give a message to the students from any point in the campus, you should be able to do it very easily and very efficiently, because there are lots of instructions which are required to be given to the students at any point of time. So that is very much possible with the help of Wi-Fi. So your campus must be completely Wi-Fi enabled, and one should use the latest technology again, because Wi-Fi it requires particular hardware, I mean the particular specifications of the hardware. So the standards are Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6 and all this. So while selecting, as we are talking about IDP, while selecting, you should select these devices which are almost current devices. Of course, the cost, they'll be slightly costly, but you are looking at a 10 years horizon. Okay, so these devices should not become obsolete. You should ensure that these doesn't become obsolete by the end of 5 to 10 years. So your span should be at least 10 years while selecting these devices. And the Wi-Fi, as I said, you will find that most of the devices which are present now in market are Wi-Fi, at least Wi-Fi 6. Advantage of this Wi-Fi 6 is they provide you maximum bandwidth. And to get that bandwidth, again the problem is you have internal bandwidth, but what about external bandwidth? External bandwidth is the bandwidth provided from the other organization. Okay, so you should get that at the cheaper rate. So there are lots of alternatives which are available. Of course, I think I had covered it somewhere else. The source like NKN, National Knowledge Network, is one of the source which probably will provide you higher bandwidth. And now the question, earlier the question was why you need bandwidth in the education institute, why students needs Wi-Fi access in the campus, or why student needs the internet access in the classroom. There are various versions of the expectations and various versions of the things from different stakeholders like faculties. Some of the faculties say that it is important. Some of them say, many of them say that it is not at all required, because we are teaching it, the student is not supposed to. But look at the positive side of it. Look at the positive side. If you want to see, ideally when we take a lecture, it has been found that the students are active for only 20 minutes. They are in listening mode only for 20 minutes. So once those 20 minutes have lapsed, probably what they are doing is you just see at them and you'll find that they are in listening mode, but whatever you are speaking probably will not fall or reach to their brains. So we should have some tactics wherein we should have the mix delivery, wherein you are delivering it for some time, then you are taking some exercise wherein you may ask them to find something in the class, sitting in the class, and for that probably you will need Wi-Fi access. Okay, and so what is required is you should ask them to carry out some activity which will help you to ensure that the students are involved in what you are doing. So this involvement, though it is becoming very, very rare nowadays, so this needs to be ensured somehow. So whether you are delivering a lecture for 2 hours or 1 hour or 15 minutes, that is not very much important. What is important is what is the involvement of the students into those contents, how much you can appeal them, and how much they will get triggered in future to know about that or to know about the details of what you are discussing now. Okay, so to ensure that, probably we will need all these techniques, different techniques. So for that, I think my say or my view is we should provide all these resources. Of course, you can tell them to switch on or switch off their mobiles, and you can tell them to switch on it and use it for some purpose. You can take a polls. You must have seen it. There are various courses which are organized by IITs, and they ask the students to, faculties to take polls. And in those polls, what is being asked is what is being taught today, or if there are some specific questions. And based on that, the faculty member can come to a conclusion that what is the understanding level, and then he can appropriately change the delivery mode during the lecture, not even after. I am talking about during the lecture. So if this analysis is to be carried out appropriately at the appropriate time, then you need this kind of infrastructure. Of course, we will be looking at what infrastructure is required or what is expected in classroom later on. Okay. Yes, and the last point is university will obtain a cloud space. Now this cloud is becoming very, very important nowadays, because you cannot have everything stored. There is a huge information, and the information which is processed, which is read by individual, is huge. So, storing that information at your local center becomes more and more difficult. You cannot manage everything. So, the best solution is to obtain a cloud service and then ensure that you get an easy access, you secure your data with the help of that cloud and enhance the mobility of the students. So, if it is stored on cloud, it is not necessary that the student has to be present in the campus. He can sit in his home and he can access the information. So, mobility is very much important, and the services like credit transfer. Now, this is one of the important thing. Credit transfer and support for academic credit, academic bank of credit. Now, as I mentioned earlier, if you are allowing the students to take up a course which is delivered or which is offered by other institutes, then he should get the credit of it. That should be documented somewhere. So, the question is where it will be documented. So, I hope that you understand the meaning of academic bank of credit. So, it is a bank of, it is like university. University actually take the cognizance of which courses are taught to which students, or which students have taken what kind of courses. Now, because you are making it flexible, because you are allowing your students to take courses from other organizations also, there must be something, some mechanism which will record this. Record in the sense that they will say that this student, X student, has taken a course Y during this tenure, and the duration of course is this, and the evaluation shows that he has earned this much credit. So, this information is made available to everyone. So, you can just extend this idea, and that idea probably will become a virtual university. You must have heard about a virtual university. In virtual university, what is happening is the student is allowed, he is just registering to the university. Once the registration is done, the student is allowed, of course, he will be guided through all the processes, all the steps, but he is allowed to take up the courses from various organizations, various universities. And those various universities actually offer the credits to the student, and those credits, the university actually is just a manager. They will just see what is the prerequisite for a particular degree, and if the student has gone through all the required courses for that particular degree, then they give him a degree. So, that is the concept of virtual university. Of course, many of them will debate that this is not a classroom kind of teaching, and so many things will come, but ultimately it is not to that extent, but to some extent this kind of features are provided in the NAP 2020, wherein the students gets the flexibility to register for outside course, complete that course and gain the credits out of it. And those credits, the information about the courses he had undergone and the credit earned are now stored in academic bank of credit, and he can use those credits to earn a particular degree. Okay. So, for that you need to have very good infrastructure. If you are is a university or autonomous institute, the servers from your end should be able to fetch that information from the servers of academic bank of credit, and then they should relate it with the requirement, and then they should offer the degree to the particular student. Yeah, it is like distance learning. But what we are doing, or what is being envisaged in NEP, is this component will be little. In virtual university, what happens is this component is completely 100%. So, I am taking a course from few courses from IIT Bombay, few courses from NIT Srinagar, few courses from IISc, and then I am completing my master's or bachelor's degree. That is allowed. Of course, it is not present now, but virtual university concept is that. Ultimately, what we are doing at the university level, we are saying that these courses are important. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 courses in one semester, 4 more courses in second semester, and so on and so forth. Once the student completes all these courses, university offers a degree. Of course, after successful completion of the courses. The same thing is being done by the virtual university. What they are doing is they are ensuring that the students take similar courses. They actually tell him, they advise him that you should take any one of these courses, and these are some of the equivalent courses. So, based on his own understanding or his own availability, he decides the courses. So he get full flexibility regarding what is to be selected, because these courses, it is not offered in synchronous mode. The student need not be present all the time for that courses in a particular time slot. Maybe he can do a job, he can take up a job, a regular job, and then during the leisure time in the morning or in the after the evening, he can complete those courses and he can earn the degree. Practical, probably again there are some tools like virtual labs, so they may be allowed. Yes, yes. So in that case, you can go for some kind of hybrid mode. So that is those universities are doing. So and ideally they don't have any infrastructure. It's like Ola cabs. They don't own any car. What they are doing is they are just facilitated. There are some service providers, there are some users. So they are, yeah. So they are just middle agents. Yes, yes. It is like that. But the effectivity is not yet established, but this is one step in that direction. Probably we are saying that 20% of the courses could be made online. The students are allowed to take these kinds of courses in online mode. Rest 80% is still in the standard classroom kind of environment. But at the same time, one needs to ensure that all the other facilities are made available to the students inside the class. Okay, we'll see that. So these are, as far as the ICT administrator is concerned, some of the important things which he needs to look at is usability, reliability, standardization, scalability, manageability, and maintenance. So if you have a proper data center kind of structure, then this becomes more easy. Okay. Let us look at some of the details of ICT infrastructure which is expected. As I hope that most of you are from circuit branches, it is not difficult for you to understand. Real-time monitoring, security monitoring, management of UIMS, RMS networks, structured Wi-Fi network, intranet and internet. The policy framework basically, it suggests that adoption of 5+3 years of technology serviceability. Serviceability is probably a support for 5+3s, 5 years of free support needs to be included in the cost, and 3 years of additional support. Okay. So the life of the device must be at least 10 years, whatever device you are producing, you are purchasing, which can be extended to 5+5 years maximum. So 10 years plus 5 years, almost maximum 15 years could be the life of the device. Then, as I said, NKN bandwidth could be procured, and the technology shall support next generation network from day one, which shall use IPv6. Again, IPv6, if anyone is teaching the course of network, IPv6 is the protocol which is very rarely used. So it is expected that one should switch to IPv6 and use it extensively. IPv6 protocol, then network monitoring system, NMS, one needs to ensure that network monitoring system is being used. So these are some of the software tools which are available, which will help the administrator to know what are the user requirements and what the user is doing actually. Whether sitting in the class, whether he's playing with the share market, he's doing some transaction there, or whatever he's doing. As far as the routers are concerned, routers with Wi-Fi, IPv6, and on the campus with cloud support, it should be Wi-Fi duly supported by Wi-Fi 5 protocol, or should be upgradable to Wi-Fi 6. Wi-Fi 6 is the current one, and probably it will go to Wi-Fi 7 in few months. Minimum 100 gig fiber optic. So this is the main a core connectivity should be there for 100 gig inside. Okay, I am not talking about the bandwidth, but the bandwidth of the intranet must be supported with 100 gigs of connectivity. And and the cable specifications are also given. It must be a 48 core cable, fiber cable. Okay. as far as the core infrastructure is concerned. As far as distribution system, network distribution system is concerned, it must be at least 24 cores and 40 gigs. Now, most of the institutes have star kind of connectivity, wherein the departments are connected. I don't know, I mean, about this institute, but most of the departments are connected through a star network, and it is expected that each one of these links must have a capacity of 40 gigabits, and the overall connectivity must be 100 gigabits. And then as far as the distribution is concerned, it should have 6 cat 6 cables, cat 6a cables. So every desktop which is connected with a wire must be using the cat 6 cable, which is the latest cable which supports 1 to 10 Gbps speed. So most of the things are specified in the standards or the manual which is given by NEP. Okay, and so it is the duty of the institutes to ensure that you are copying the relevant things from it and then putting it appropriately in IDP. Why it is important is because you cannot just copy it as it is and say that we have 100 gigabits connectivity. If it is there, then you should show maybe in 2 hours time, 3 hours, 3 years time, you should show that you have that kind of connectivity, you have those kinds of networking equipments available with you, you have started the process of procurement, whatever, because it is all evaluated and the IDPs are evaluated based on what information you are producing or what information you have put into these IDPs. IDPs, remember, IDPs are to be submitted to the authorities, and the evaluation will be completely based on this IDP. So it is like you are, whenever you apply for NBI, you submit a proposal. So that it's like proposal. That activity is short-term activity, but this IDP activity is a long-term activity. As I said, it will take probably 3 years or 5 years to complete the activity, but it will be continuously monitored by the regulatory authorities. Okay, so this is about using ICT in classrooms, in academics basically. So we should use some classroom technologies. These technologies are again different. It all depends on how we are conversant with these technologies, because the faculty is one of the important user of that technology. Unless and until faculty stresses or makes the students to use them, students will not use it. So faculty must be aware of all these things, what facilities could be used, and ultimately these facilities will help the faculty to reduce the time required for, or the time he invests into this in the students. So instead of putting a lot of regulations on the students, if the activities are monitored with the help of these technologies, he or she will save a lot of time which could be utilized for improving the contents or the delivery of the contents to the students. Improve the students' engagements, increase the students' test scores. Again, this is the responsibility. It is said that it is the responsibility of the faculty. Of course, everything is the faculty's responsibility, but ultimately you should look for some tools which will help you to reduce the time you invest, as I said. Okay, so you need to look for these tools. Improve the students' confidence in using the technology and improve the students' readiness for the real world. So this is how, I'm not sorry, these pictures are not very clear, but this is the example of how ICT could be used in classroom. The first figure shows that it is a very big screen, and this is a digital screen, and it is supported by the physical screen, physical boards. You must have seen some videos of MIT faculties delivering a lecture, wherein they have very big boards which they can move with the help of, either they can move it up, down, or they can slide it. So similar kind of structure is there. It requires huge investment, and you will find that above that you can, the projector is there and you can project the things. So student, it is basically the entire purpose is to ensure that the students understand the things. Okay. In the second figure, in the second image, you will find that most of these systems are having desktops, and the teaching is carried out using some simulation tools. So they practice it while the lecture delivers the session. these kinds of facilities are there in many of the colleges. This is what ICT in classroom is. Automate the classroom by pressing a single button. It is expected that with a single button you should be able to do it, like whatever 15-20 minutes time we spent earlier. You should be able to, once you enter into classroom, when the faculty enters into classroom, he will just press a single button which will activate everything, and what you can say, the configuration could be done in single point, in fraction of seconds. So, you should be able to start a presentation, turn on the projector, adjust the lights, close the curtains, switch between the sources, control the volume, everything is possible with single button. Then the benefits are increased room reliability, control everything from one central location, remove the multiple unfriendly remotes and push a button on, and VoIP touch panel. So, you should have a control panel here, which again you need, I mean, a faculty needs some training to use it effectively, and this will save a time, and this will make the students to learn how the session delivery could be done, because they are supposed to give some presentation. So, they will also be equipped with all these things. They will be gaining knowledge out of all these activities, which will ultimately prove their success in future. So, we will see a projector, a screen, the mixer and the touch screen kind of thing in the image. On the right hand side, you will see the setup in the labs, particular labs, wherein the faculty is demonstrating something and the students are doing the activities, looking at the screen. As far as the campus is concerned, you can use this ICT technology. You can provide a big monitor somewhere wherein your announcement will go, some messages will go, some information will go. So, that is shown in the first image. Second is hallways. In the hall also you can provide, you will see, I am not sure whether you can see it, there are multiple monitors. So, all this information is displayed on these monitors. And the third is lunchrooms. You can provide some speakers or microphones, so that the announcements could be made in those, and there is a provision of sitting properly in the lunchrooms. Benefits are inform the students and faculty of breaking news, the schedule changes, whatever, broadcast the emergency messages, distribute up to minute news, and televise the campus events, and reduce the cost of printed messaging. Okay. Something else. Okay. As far as the video management is concerned, as I said, it is expected that we should not just deliver lecture and go on delivering the lectures. We should have a provision of recording those lectures. So, once it is recorded, you can view it many times, you can make some modifications into it, you can prepare a standard course, and you can post that course, you can make a delivery of that course to the students. So, it will be either in synchronous mode, asynchronous mode, whatever is possible. Advantage of this is you can view your course, online course, on your at your leisure time. You can make some modifications into it, and you can make that as a standard course, which will make, or which will become, which will make you earn the money out of it. Your institute will get credit, you personally will get a credit, and you can improve upon that course. Because what happens is, suppose that I am teaching a course for say 5-6 years continuously, I will be delivering the same course with probably the same contents every time. But if I record it once, and if I make some changes, I will be able to make continuous changes into it, looking at the current trend, looking at the current application, looking at the current use of that in the industries, and that is one of the important thing which is required in NEP. So, you should make changes continuously, ensure that those changes are adaptable, ensure that those changes are happening, those are the current state of which is happening in the industry, so that the students will get a direct benefit, and you will not listen the questions from the students like this course is almost obsolete, I haven't used anything of this course in my industry. Okay. So, that should not happen. So, you should you as a faculty, you as a facilitator should be able to spend some time thinking on these things. You should see that what industry needs are as far as your course is concerned, and then tune the contents of that course appropriately. And that is possible if you are saving some time, and time can be saved only with these methods, with this standard technology. So record the lectures, watch them on demand anytime and anywhere. You can provide that, as you can outsource that kind of facility to the other students. Provide live and on-demand TV to the students and staff across the campus. Create the campus channel broadcasting school content to the network TV channels. So there are various ways in which the contents could be delivered, but these are some of the ways. And as I said, you can earn money out of it, you can earn a credit out of it, and those credits could be useful in future. How much time I have? Is it? Okay, I think I'm almost done. So these are some of the things which are important: reduce the cost while increasing the service level, uptime, equipment monitoring and proactive maintenance, room scheduling and configuration. There are some standard services nowadays available for these reservation and room scheduling. So I think even Google has some services wherein you can reserve some of the important resources. Okay, so you must have used it, but this is very useful feature wherein the common resources could be utilized properly, could be their utilization can be improved. Then you can get the instant and web-based reports. So if you have a active web portal is now one of the de facto standard of the organizations, wherein all information is available, and the selected users, or based on their privileges, they can access that information and produce the reports, because many times we need to provide these reports to the various authorities. You can improve the security, you can reduce the energy consumptions, and the common platforms to manage these technologies are RMA and RMS, that is resource management applications and resource management suites. So these are the standard softwares which are integrated with the hardware, the software, and the infrastructure. So all the data you will get, it gets collated, you get various reports. So these are the benefits of RMS and RMA, which are basically softwares. So with these softwares, you can do whatever you like. All right. So I think this is the last slide of my presentation. So if you have any specific questions, you are welcome. Now, as far as the usability or the implementation of this NEP is concerned, recently I just read a news saying that which one? Symbiosis Institute of Technology has started this multiple entry, multiple exit kind of things. Earlier they had a 3-year structure of the program, and now they have converted into 4-year, and they are providing the certificate, diploma, and degree and honorary degree. That is what they have done. So this will be implemented, that kind of things will be implemented in almost all curriculums. So you'll find that the students will complete 12th and then they will enter into your institute. You will be able to provide, you should be able to provide certification after 1 year, diploma after 2nd, degree after 3rd, and honorary degree after the 4th. Those who are interested in research probably will go for that. But at the same time, you should be able to allow the students to enter anywhere. So whatever sickness you have in the current curriculum, that needs to be vanished. So you need to take appropriate action to allow the students to come in at any time and exit at any time. Okay. So probably the authorities will give you guidelines and the regulations, but implementation has to be done by the faculty. So it is the responsibility on the shoulders of the faculty to implement this all. Yes, any doubts in this? Of course, implementation now at this stage, at least it looks very difficult, but there is no other option, because we are into that system we are into the current education system for a long time. So there is no way than to change now. So it is like now or never. So central government is also ensuring that this policy gets implemented in the coming academic year, that is 23 onwards, July 23. Yes, if you have any specific questions. Of course, I think yours institute is not autonomous, but that autonomous institutes have got some freedom in terms of academics, so they can change the curriculum, they can make some specific changes, and we are doing it at our level. But again, there are some problems which are associated. There are some restrictions at the higher level, probably which will ease up once the NAP is implemented. Yes, any specific question?
How the autonomy will be awarded to all the colleges?
Uh, how it will be awarded? No, it is.
What will be the mode or eligibility criteria?
I think every institute will become autonomous. Maybe next year phase they will start giving the autonomy. Now, what autonomy is, again, this is the restricted autonomy. So, uh, the ultimately the degrees are given by the universities. What is expected in the next phase of cycle of autonomy is the institute should be able to provide the degree. Now, when your student goes outside, he is a student from a particular university, not from the institute. What is happening in US universities is they have their own scope, and they give the degree. So the evaluation is based on their degree, I mean that university. So the ranking is very much possible in their structure, whereas ranking is little difficult because the organizations are being, or the institutes are being governed by the universities. So it is very difficult. Like there are tier 1, tier 2 institutes, no, in as far as the NBA is concerned. That's why they have made it tier weight, because institutes have certain limitations as far as the contents and delivery mechanisms of the courses are concerned. So probably what will happen is they will make every institute autonomous. Autonomous in the sense that the institutes will be responsible for everything, giving the degrees and everything. So probably the university, the authority available with the university will be very limited. They will play a role of UGC probably. Overall organization, overall governance. They will ensure that whatever IDP you have prepared, it is as per the norms or not, or whether you are following, I mean, institute is following it or not appropriately.
Any other question? If you have any question, now I think there is no question. So thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, sir, for making excellent presentation and share your knowledge. So now it's a lunch time. I request to all participants who have arranged a lunch in Amrapali mess in front of basketball court. Yesterday also you have taken a lunch in same mess. That is the next. Okay, so thank you once again, all of you. We have our next session sharp 1:30. Okay, we will start our next session at sharp 1:30. So I request to participants, please gather 1:30. We will start at 1:30. Okay. So thank you once again, all of you for joining. Thank you very much.
नाही थोडी थोडी वेळ त्यांची आता ते बोलत नाही त्यांच्या समोर ते टाकते मी नाही टाकले नाही का स्टेटस टाकतो ना तू स्टोरी टाक मी सगळ्यांचं स्टेटस टाकतो फोटो दे शिकवाई तुला काय असायचं खरंच आहे त्याच्यासमोरचा टाकला असं काय नाही ते काही टाकेल मग काल पोस्ट टाकेल काल मी तर तेच आहे ना हक्काचा फोटो टाक हा फोटो टाक याच्यातला येतो कॅन्टीन बघ ना ते सांताक्लॉज जा कॅमेरा लावून दे कॅमेरा स्मार्टफोन चेक कर आहे आमच्याकडे सेकंड आहे का हो वेगळं आहे बरं
ते वेगळं आहे मला कॉपी करून घ्यावं लागेल
ओके का हे पण लागेल ना काय
तुम्ही तुमच्या पॉकेटला ठेवा चालू आहे चालू नाही सर चालू आहे वरती वरती बटन
यस डन So good afternoon, Manolo. I know that lecturing after lunch is very difficult. Lecturing after lunch is very difficult, and particularly it is difficult to listen to a lecture, be in audience. But still, I ensure that I'll try to keep it very precise. So, probably I will be skipping some of the parts which I feel is uh, slightly non-relevant. Initially today, as I said in the morning, we will concentrate on what facilities we have as far as the infrastructural requirements in IDP is concerned in our institute. So, I was one of the part in developing those facilities. Of course, to develop any facility you need a huge support from the higher authorities, and fortunately I could get it. I was involved in many activities, and I feel that, and I recommend that every individual has to come forward, has to show some interest in the activities. I'm not saying these activities are in place of our regular duty work, that is delivering course and all those things. So, this was additional responsibility which I took on my own shoulder, and I said that I'll do it on my own, and based on the information which I collect, which I could get from the various discussions, I developed the resources. One of the important thing we did long back is using the courseware management system. You must be knowing that Moodle is the one which is very popular nowadays and is extensively being used. So, we started the use of that in almost maybe, if I am not wrong, around 15 years back we started use, and we were one of the institute wherein it was started, and being a free software or open source software. Again it happened because I did just completed that time I completed MTech from IIT Bombay, and I learnt lot about Linux operating system, and I used to do a lot of work in using Linux. So, when I came back I started replicating the systems which I had experienced in IIT Bombay in our institute. So, in fact, it was initial phase. We found one of the tool as Moodle, and we installed it. It was not question of development because the tool was available, it is readily available. Only thing is that we needed kind of configuration and installation. So, department started it, and other departments as usual they said no, we are not using it, our paper pencil kind of thing is very best. And initially we started using it for attendance, then we expanded in using it for the purpose of putting some of the important information about the courses, the resources, the videos, the PPTs. Then we extended it further for collecting the feedback from the students. So, it was long back. Nowadays it has become de facto standard, and we ensured that whatever practices the institute follows, we are following all those practices. So, they wanted all the reports in physical form on paper, we produced that, but there was some kind of misconception of the other faculties and other organization teams saying that whatever you are doing is probably it could be fake because it is all in soft form. We somehow convince them that it is not fake, we are maintaining as per the requirement, and what you are doing, we are doing the same thing. So, initially there was a huge resistance, and then it was accepted, and now it has become de facto standard in the institute, and lot many we have configured it in lot many other institutes. So, that was one thing, and then we developed what is called as recently, maybe 4-5 years back, we developed what is called as data center, and the entire procurement, entire setup, entire configuration, of course with the help of the outside vendors, we did it and we completed it, and now it is a full-fledged center, and it can be upgraded very easily to any national standard data center at any point of time, because it has got huge storage, it has got huge backup, and all the prerequisites which are essential for standard data centers are there. So, I'll be discussing some of the points which or some of the features of that data center here. But before that, we did lot of experiments. I take this opportunity to tell you that normally in every semester I do something which is different. I like to do that always. So, in few semesters we had experimented lot of things altogether with the help of the support from my faculty members. We could do it, and we have experienced that it is not just the facilities which are important, but the methodologies which we use in during the normal course delivery is also important. And we looked at the various tools, the various innovative methods which were followed. So, I feel course delivery is one of the important aspect of academics, and so that is commonly named as the pedagogical things. So, I thought we should just stress for some time, maybe we spend some time on these pedagogical aspects, and then I will tell you what are my experiences or what are my experiments which I have carried out. Of course, every semester I used to carry out some experiments. Many of the experiments are have become failed experiments, but few of them have become very standard and they have been accepted as, or they are being followed by the other departments nowadays. So, pedagogical aspects of the academics is very important, and as we discussed in the previous session, that understanding of the student is one of the important key criteria for the success of education system. Okay, all right. So, I will skip some of the slides which I feel are not essential. These are some of the requirements from IDP point of view. Actually, this is all theoretical information which I have collected from the standard document of NEP 2020. So, you can read it. I just collected that information. Maybe I feel presentation, copy of presentation I will give to the organizers, which you can look at later on. Yeah. So, let us look at the pedagogical aspects which are very important. So, which needs to be properly addressed into the IDP. Of course, this has got a lot of relevance with IDP also. This is one of the requirement, like addressing the different learning needs of the students within the classroom and institution needs of differentially able student. So, normally we assume that all of the students are having the same standard. Now, because of many factors like the admission criteria for different student is not same. So, initially at least in the first year, second year, some of the students who do not have that much merit, probably they find it difficult to grasp the things and come to a particular level. So, for them I think IDP actually looks at the efforts which you are carrying out for ensuring that you are delivering the courses at different level to the different students. So, maybe a simple approaches could be for taking some evaluation, and based on that evaluation, results of the evaluation, we can form the groups and address the needs of specific group specifically. Okay. So, that way probably some additional coaching kind of things will be required for the special groups. Similarly, for differentially abled students, the requirements and the expectations are altogether different. So, probably it is required that one needs to have an one-to-one correspondence with them to ensure that they are actually included in the mainstream. Now, you will find that many of the foreign universities have a special focus on differentially abled people, and they ensure that they have variety of people, variety of levels of students admitted to their course. Okay. So, though we do not have that kind of mechanism in India, but still it is required that we should follow the standard guidelines. We should ensure that they are not left behind. So, for that, whatever measures you are taking, these measures needs to be properly addressed in IDP. That is one of the important factor which probably the regulators will look at. The difference in learning styles that is visual, audio, auditory, then kinesthetic learning styles of the students. So, the probably one of the students will just listening in the class, he will be able to understand the things, but probably some of the students need some kind of handwriting, some kind of special attention. So, we need to address those kinds of students also. Diversity of the background of the students in the terms of the discipline of study, the social, economic and cultural education background. So, there are so many factors which influences and which impacts the performance of the students. Initially, at least in the initial stage, we need to look at all these factors and we need to appropriately address these factors. So that once they come, once all the entire class comes to a particular level, then probably our delivery of course could be uniform. But initially, we need to look at all these variations in understanding levels. There is also a difference in pace of learning. So, probably some of the brighter students will learn the things very fast, but some others will take little more time. But it is not that all the time they will take little more time. Once you instigate them, once you instigate the fire in their mind, then probably those students who are lacking initially will show the performance which probably will surpass the normal better students. Okay. So, it is very important. And I feel you must have seen many examples that initially some of the students are almost, they fail in some of the subjects, but by the time they complete their course, they surpass almost all the students. It is all because of the interest which has developed during for whatever reasons. So, it is important that we should look for those reasons and ensure that these kinds of things these kinds of support is provided to all those students, so that they will get an opportunity. That should not happen by fluke or by luck. They should be given the appropriate opportunities for growing and understanding the things. So, NEP focuses on adopting the inclusive approach. I do not think this is all about the information about why NEP is taken as a standard and is expected to be followed. Okay. The objective of the pedagogical approaches, pedagogical approach for different learning needs of student, then pedagogical approaches for different modes of teaching, learning such as physical, blended and online. I hope that you have gone through these kinds of modes. One is physical, is the one which we normally follow. Blended is, it consists of both online and offline, a perfect blend of both of them, and then it needs to be delivered. Now, this is the future, and online probably will be difficult to cope up initially for the students. But fortunately or unfortunately, because of this corona and all that, now they have developed the skills of learning the things online. So, probably instead of making it compulsory to remain in class in offline mode, in synchronous mode all the time, it is always better we should try for blended kind of approach, wherein faculty will also get some relaxation and the students will also get some relaxation. Okay. So, that is what I feel. Then pedagogical approaches for different disciplines, the multi and interdisciplinary approaches. So, the approaches which are used for different courses, we can say different disciplines or different courses must be different. The way in which the mathematics is delivered, the way in which a theoretical course is delivered, the pedagogical, there has to be a huge pedagogical difference. Probably for mathematics, as I said, it is not just solving the problems on the board. It is not just asking the students to solve the problems or make them solve the problem at home and then submit it. Instead, we should ensure that we should explain the purpose of solving a particular mathematics and what is the application of that mathematics, what is being solved, the problem which is being solved. So, if you could do that, then probably the students will start taking interest into the subject. They will understand what is the use of it. Otherwise, whatever we have done when we were a student, like if the problem is this, solve it that way, do not ask why and all those questions. So, just solve it this way, you will get the answer, that is all. We do not know where it is to be used. So, when we become or when we get graduation, we do not know what we have used, we do not know where it is to be used. So, though we have a problem in front of you or in front of us, we do not know what solution needs to be used, though we know the solution. Okay. So, that should not happen. So, that was one of the greatest disadvantage of the current education system, that what we do is not known to us completely. We do not know where it is to be made applicable or where it is to be used in actual practice. Evaluation and assessment corresponding to now this evaluation and assessment is also one of the important factor, and probably which is being followed with the standard pattern. Evaluation assessment, we are normally asking the students to write it on paper, we give them some time, and the evaluation and everything is a matter of very standard practice. But there are lots of tools which are developed nowadays which will help you means a faculty member, to evaluate the students very fast, to spend very little time in evaluation and ensure that you get to know the student as far as the quality or the different parameters are concerned. You get to know a student in very minimum amount of time. So, that is the advantage, but thing is that we should use it. Now, we should means probably you will say that we cannot, I mean I cannot do it, maybe department or institute has to provide that tool. So, somebody has to come forward and ensure that the tool is made available, like Moodle or like any online examination tools. Okay. Nowadays, earlier what we used to do is we used to provide the papers to the students. So, management of that exam itself was a huge task. But nowadays, because the students have mobile with them, students have latest technology available, we have projectors. So, with the help of all these technologies, we should be able to reduce the time required for evaluation. Maybe we can ask the multiple choice question, maybe we can go for some other kind of evaluations, but we should follow, we as a faculty member should follow those practices in assessment and evaluation. Okay. So, as I said, if you are using Moodle, you must be knowing that the multiple choice questions kind of things can be easily evaluated. It will take hardly few seconds to evaluate once the answer is submitted. Similarly, you can ask the students to write, instead of write you can ask the student to type in the questions. There are some softwares which are available wherein the student is allowed to write on a paper and then upload the image of that answer, if it is a particular diagram or graph or something like that. So, that facility is also available nowadays. So, we can make it completely paperless, and once we make it completely paperless, then evaluation of that becomes a very easy task. You can sit under the tree or in a house in the kitchen and you can evaluate the answer scripts. It is as simple as that. So, only thing is that provision has to be there, but who will provide it? Ultimately, your ICT, the infrastructure must be there which will provide these kinds of services. And once the evaluation is made, then probably the student will be able to see what has happened to his answers. He will be able to report to the teacher that if something goes wrong. So, all these things will become a matter of few seconds, I mean it will not take much time, and the entire process will be very much easy for all the stakeholders. Okay. But only thing is that somebody has to come forward or the institute has to define what tools it will use for a particular kind of evaluation. But everything can be done paperless, and the entire process could be very time saving kind of process. Learning outcomes requiring specific pedagogical strategies. Now, we as far as the NBA requirements are concerned, we go for the mapping of POs and COs, POs and outcomes, learning outcomes. So, that process will also become more simplified, and some of the outcomes requires specific pedagogies. So, one needs to answer all those pedagogies, different ways or ways in which that course could be delivered, and as much as possible we should use different ways, because student needs are completely diverse. It is not that one student will understand, as I said, he will use one approach probably could be useful for one student, other student will have altogether different approach which he will understand. Okay. So, the student needs are different because the student background is different. Pedagogical approaches enabling the collaboration, cooperation, creation and co-creation amongst the learners, capacity building of teachers with respect to the pedagogical approaches. So, basically what has happened is in engineering education, we do not have anything like earlier we used to have B.Ed degrees where the candidates were taught about how to deliver the courses, but unfortunately we do not have that those practices in engineering. Engineering college, what happens is normally when the student completes his degree or post graduation, he becomes a lecturer, and it takes time for him to learn how to teach. So, these kinds of pedagogic, if he undergoes through these pedagogical courses, then probably it will be easier for him and for the students who are working under him to understand the things. So, teachers training is also one of the important factor. So, that needs to be addressed appropriately in IDP. So, IDP expects that expects the institute to write the information about how they are going for it, how they are handling this issue of pedagogical training. Any other measure to achieve the recommendation of NEP 2020 with respect to pedagogical approaches? There are different categories of these approaches. One is behaviorism. Behaviorism is basically it is teacher centric approach which is being used. Then constructivism is basically a student centered approach, and there are different other approaches or categories which are basically combinations of these two things, that is student centric and teacher centric. Earlier the pattern which was used is teacher centric, wherein the faculty used extreme, I am saying faculty used to come in the class and then deliver the lecture, and he was least bothered about whether the student are listening to him, looking at him or not. Okay, this is again I am saying that this is extreme example. And student centric is basically students tells you what is to be covered and how it is to be covered. Again, that is another extreme point. So, what is required is we should have a perfect mean of these two things, these two extremism. So, there are different ways, different categories in which this can be handled. Yeah. So, let us look at the different destructive ways in which disruptive ways, not destructive, disruptive ways in which the pedagogical approaches could be followed. One is, as we discussed, blended learning, rethinking the purpose of the classroom and classroom time. Second is gamification. Normally student learns the things when it is converted into games. Of course, this is very much applicable to the kids, but the same thing could be made applicable to the students in the engineering college. So, if the things are taught in form of games, then probably they will understand it very fast. Then computational thinking, that is problem solving using approach through the logic. So, if you convince them that this is the logic behind the particular thing, then convincing them and for them understanding the things will be very simple and very straightforward. Then experiential learning. So, it is basically doing it with your own hand. So, instead of just telling what is happening in the particular equipment, if you can open that equipment or that hardware in front of the students, they will understand it more perfectly. So, for example, I am explaining the functioning of this projector. So, instead of just saying that this is the block diagram, this is how it works, if I could open it in front of you and if I could show different components, then they will understand, they will realize the importance of it and they will understand the things very easily. Otherwise, it will be just, I mean, they will be just imagining it what it could be, and their imagination could be completely away from what the real thing is. Then multiliteracies and discussion based teaching, this is again for fostering the critical thinking and questioning. So, we should deliver a course in such a way that students should come up with at least few questions. Of course, I know that nowadays at least delivering a session in the class, probably you will get zero response from the students, but we should ensure that they should ask some questions, at least few questions, which probably will not be one-to-one kind of questions, or it will not be a question asked by the student and answer given by the teacher. It should be actually give and take multiple times. So, probably question is asked by the student, similar kind of question is being again referred by the teacher and asked back to the students, and then making the participation of from the other students into the entire discussion. So, that probably will increase the chance of understanding amongst the students. So, fostering the critical thinking is very important, and this critical thinking, questioning abilities and discussion has been given a lot of importance in the NEP 2020. These are some of the courses which probably will become part of the curriculum, irrespective of which discipline we are talking about. Artificial intelligence, then human centered system, learning through open data, engaging with data ethics, the social justice pedagogy, learning from animations, multi-sessionary learning, and online laboratories, that is laboratories which could be accessed by all at any point of time from anywhere. I think I'll skip this because yeah. So, these are the innovative pedagogies one can practice. One is called as flipped classroom pedagogy. This is also very important and it is very effective. I have practiced it many times. In flipped classroom, you must be knowing that instead of teaching everything in a class, what you can do is you can make your videos, you can prepare a video, you can deliver a lecture in that video, and then you can ask the students to follow to see that video. And what you can do in the class is just a discussion on that video. Of course, one can take a liberty of referring to someone else's video and then ask the students to view that, and then discussion will only takes place in the class. So, when you do this kind of experiment, what will happen is probably student understands that he has to follow, he has to go through that video completely if he really wants to participate into the discussion in the class, maybe in the next day or very next day. Okay. So, his participation, though it is compulsory, into viewing of video at least is ensured, and then when it is discussed in the class, probably he will be able to come up with some questions related to regarding that video, and then during the discussion whatever he earns will be, or whatever knowledge he gets will be more than what will be delivered and given during the regular class hours. So, you can just do this kind of experiment, simple experiment, maybe 1 or 2 videos you can prepare and you can post them for the reference to the students. You can ask the students to see it before they actually come attend the next session, and the next session will be just discussing about the contents of that video. Okay. So, this is a very good kind of tool, pedagogical tool, which helps the students to understand the things. Art integrated learning pedagogy, it is a joyful and experimental learning pedagogy. It is about identifying the needs of potential of the learners, nourishing them to provide holistic growth. The students actively participate in the process of learning wherein they are explored. So, what you are doing is probably you are showing, it is kind of practice which you are doing, I mean with the help of some tools on the table. You might have seen some of the videos from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, wherein physics professor used to show some of the physical effects of various physical phenomena in the class with the help of the standard tools. So, though it is looking slightly different, but the students, if you take the feedback from the students, you will find that the students will be more happy to see it instead of just to listen to it. Okay. So, as far as I know that these kinds of experiments cannot be carried out for all the classes, but at least wherever possible, you should ensure that you are completely coming out of that standard prototype of delivering classes. So, if you deliver it with some difference, then probably it will create interest amongst the minds of the students, and then they will, and this creating interest is really one of the important factor for the entire duration of the studentship. Okay. So, once the interest is created, you and me, we cannot stop it. Then student is alone, I mean he will fight back and he will achieve the one which is expected. So, it is only question of creating interest amongst the minds of the students. So, by any means if the interest is created, then your duty is over. I think the students on his own, on her own will be able to achieve the things. Okay. So, many of these different tools probably will help you in creating interest, and then probably you will get lot of information from the student and you will learn more than what you are delivering. These are the different modes. I don't think we should go in details of this. Distance learning, offline, in person, blended and experiential learning. Offline teaching, these are the different methods like cooperative learning strategies, brainstorming, group discussion, role plays. Then role plays is you are asking them to play a particular role. So, if I am trying to explain how the legislative assembly works, then I am asking one of the student to be a member of parliament or whatever, and so when he puts himself in the shoes of that person, then probably he will learn many things without studying these things. Then guided questioning, then interpretive tales, and music, poetry and visual arts. Of course, this is for the other stream people. Then problem based learning, this we have already studied in the standard NBA document. Live online classes, live and I mean synchronous and asynchronous, there is a difference. So, then flipped classroom as we explained, and then you can use some of the tools like the AR, VR. These are the technologies which are nowadays very useful. AR, VR is you are making them to believe that they are in that environment. So, it is virtual reality. So, it can be a internet based learning, it can be sharing a video or project based learning, use of tablet, touch screens, satellite based learning. So, these are the standard methods of blended modes. So, these are the 4 factors: concrete experience, doing something, reflective observation, observing something, abstract conceptualization, thinking over the issue, and active experimentation, that is planning. So, if the student is allowed to go through all these 4 phases, then it is said that, I mean, educators think that his understanding level will increase. These are some of the assessment methods: time constrained examination, closed open book examination, problem based assignments. Again, this open book examination is also one of the important thing which you can try, because it is said that the open book exams are one of the toughest exams. The student feel that this could be one of the most simple exam, but in actual practice this is one of the most difficult exam, because the teacher ensures that whatever questions he asks in the class are not present anywhere in any form in the book. So, it is difficult for a student to think over the problem and then locate the solution in the book. Okay. So, if he is seasoned enough, then only he will be able to answer the questions. Then problem based assignment, practical assignment reports, observation in practical skills, individual project reports, team project most of them we are following, oral presentations including seminars, viva voce, then computerized adaptive testing. Computerized adaptive testing probably is difficult, nobody has practiced it, but there are some tools which are available based on the question answer, which is question being asked, answer being provided. It changes the mode, it changes the difficulty levels of the questions. So, that is also one of the important tool. Maybe this kind of support is available in Moodle, so you can try it. Then there is another thing available in Moodle, wherein you are not just asking a student to write the answer, but you are asking the student to evaluate the answer. So that is also one of the important phase. The basis of this is you must be knowing that when we were student, we were not understanding the things, but when we became teacher, when we changed the role, unless until we understand something in the about the subject, it is difficult to deliver something based on that. So we are just changing the role of the student temporarily for some time from student to teacher or evaluator, and when he becomes evaluator, he will understand how the evaluation process is carried out, what is expected out of it. So that phase is also very important, and maybe one can experiment with this kind of thing. Then that is also called as peer or self assessment, which you will see later on. Adaptive testing, peer and self assessment, examination on demand, and modular certification to facilitate exit and re-entry of learners into the system. The infrastructure requirements we have already looked at earlier. There are some disruptive technologies which I have discussed, and one of the important thing which I wanted to stress upon is chat based collaboration platform. We will be discussing that later on. Then competency based execution and online learning. Now, development of e-contents is also one of the important aspect, wherein you are developing the contents and you are providing those contents to the students. Again, the students are supposed to go through it, prepare notes, prepare presentation, prepare whatever you feel like, and to ensure that the understanding increases. Then constant capacity improvement to customize the architecture. The design on one can design online courses, distribution of digital contents can be done, and this is all supported by, or this needs to be supported by Academic Bank of Credit. Okay, so this is all about the pedagogical aspect which I feel are important, and one needs to be being a faculty member needs to be practicing some of them at least, maybe on the external basis. Okay, and then you will understand the things. Initially you might be surprised that when we collected a feedback from the recruiters, particularly in the colleges which have rural background, it was the recruiters indicated that the performance in speaking some of the things in front of the audience is difficult. Narrating something is difficult for the students, or expressive power is less for the students, and we realized this, and we started exploring, or we started thinking on how it can be improved. What we did is we did a very simple experiments in which we have asked the students to speak for 5 minutes in front of a class based on any non-technical topic. So speaking on any non-technical topic is also very important. That improves the confidence. Of course, you might not have observed these kinds of problems in urban areas, but in rural areas, it is very difficult for a student to speak on non-technical topic, though he or she is very good in technical things. So that kind of experiment we have carried out, and surprisingly, we have observed that at the end of the semester, there was quite a good improvement in talking power of the students. So these kinds of very simple experiments can be carried out, and to improve the performance. Okay, so that was all about the pedagogical aspect of IDP. Now, as I said, for the rest of the things, maybe I have few slides wherein I will be showing you what infrastructure we have developed as a part of campus infrastructure. Okay, so these are the things which I will be explaining. That is what is the objective, what are the networking, how the networking is carried out, what equipments we are using, the surveillance system which is present in the campus, the access control systems, the softwares, and the latest updates. So it is basically a data center which we designed and we started working on. We also worked on developing a studio with the help of other faculty members. Then we created a network operation center wherein all the network related activities were carried out, and as a part of it we have developed a executive training hall. So these are some of the objectives. Like, the important objective of creating infrastructure is to provide a seamless access to the IT infrastructure. Now, as I mentioned in the earlier session that Wi-Fi 6 provides this seamless access. Now, what do we mean by seamless access is we could have different access points distributed across the campus, but when we implement it, normally what happens is you get connected to the different access Wi-Fi access points, and it changes the performance of the network when you move from one point to the other point. In case of Wi-Fi 6, what happens is the delivery is guaranteed. Of course, this is a technological upliftment, but you get whatever speed you used to get in the earlier regime. So, and the connectivity is seamless. So, Wi-Fi 6 ensures that the connectivity is established. So, if you are listening to some podcast, if you are listening or if you are viewing a particular video of a class, you don't get any or you don't observe any disturbances. Okay. So, this is required. So, this is called as seamless access. Then maintaining and upgrading the ICT infrastructure, we had a team which actually used to do it. Then one touch online support for all IT related queries. So, you need to have a portal or a dashboard for this. A centralized server and software license management, state of art training hall, access control, attendance and CCTV surveillance. So, there is no need of taking the individual attendance in a class. Maybe you can use the standard practices of taking the attendance, and that could be used. Then content creation studio, state of art IT infrastructure, integration over the cloud platform and on demand resource. So, these were some of the diagrams wherein we have created, you can see it here. Okay. So, these are some of the diagrams, some of the images. This is the cooler, very standard cooler, and these are the servers and UPS. I don't think these are all self-explanatory. This is the diagram which we have created. Now, in standard IDP document also you will find these kinds of diagrams which shows the complete campus and how the things are covered. What is the infrastructure? So, maybe your water pipeline, your gas pipeline, all those resources, how they are distributed and how they are made available. So, similar thing is applied for the Wi-Fi access. So, we have shown with the help of blue diagrams, you will find that the Wi-Fi access is available in those spots. Okay. And then the Wi-Fi access point locations are also given, the addresses are also provided. So, you need to create this kind of document, complete document of the Wi-Fi system. So, this is for ICT, and the similar kind of documents you need to prepare for all kinds of system. What are your buildings, what is your structure, how is your plan of the entire campus. All these things you need to show it appropriately. So, probably you need a consultancy, or you need your institute has to give this work order to the consultant. You need standard service of the consultant for creating these kinds. This is the hardware which we had, the L2 switches, L3 switches and the different net connections from different vendors. We had got it from Jio, then Railtel and NKN, and then these are the switches, again L1, L2 switches and the connectivity to the different departments. You will find those departments here on the left hand side, left corner rather. And then the connectivities as far as the different cables are concerned, 24 core, 12 core, 48 cores and all that. And then we had integrated it with the CCTV access, okay, surveillance system. So, at the Below this, there is a rack which is responsible for maintaining all this information. And then we had experimented with the identification of vehicles which are coming in, identification of the numbers, then allowing them those vehicles into and then tracking them. So, all these kinds of features, though they are physically present, I mean when you purchase something from the vendor, he probably will tell you list of features which are available. Only thing is that you need to integrate those features with your system, with your requirements. So, these are some of the silent features of the data center. Data center is tier 3 internet link line of 800 Mbps, 1:1 contention ratio, 1/10 gigabit fiber backbone, seamless connectivity with wireless access points, almost 170 Wi-Fi access points with the capacity of 4.8 gigabit. Then firewall for security and monitoring, surveillance access with more than 250 cameras of 2 MP megapixel, with some of them having specialized cameras. A web-based biometric and RFID attendance system, which is accessible on web. Then we used to maintain institute and social networking website design, and we configured a Google workspace for maintaining the emails and some relevant other tools. So, these are actual systems which we are used. The first one on the top side is the firewall. This is a switch, this is attendance system, then this is a Wi-Fi access point, and these are some of the sample images which are captured. So, though the pictures are not very clear, but these are things which we have in place and which are being utilized now. These are the sites which we have maintained. These are some of the major softwares and hardwares which we have. Lastly, the other tools which we are using and which is of more interest is ChatGPT. You must have heard of this ChatGPT, which is latest thing which is happening, and you must have heard many things about this ChatGPT. You get everything, all information about any point. So, you just type in your course name and you will get lot of information about what that course is and the different resources available on internet. So, ChatGPT actually is basically a model which is created out of collecting lot of information from the internet and then training the network, and so it provides very useful information. So, probably this will be the future of everything, not just education system. So, you will get lot of information from this ChatGPT. So, this is a challenge for us right now, that we should understand what ChatGPT is, how it can be effectively utilized in the classrooms. Okay. Then the different topics like AI, ML, DL, these are not very new, but one needs to look at all these things. We should have the capabilities of understanding and delivering. Now, these are not the tools which are very specific nowadays to the computer science or IT. These are very generic tools which every faculty, I mean faculty in the other disciplines or every student in the other discipline must understand. Basic at least he must understand. Then the blockchain, one of the application of which is Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies. Then IoTs, SaaS has become again very standard, software as a service, wherein you can use the tools directly, you need not have to install anything on your laptop. So, everything is cloud based, you need to just access that, and the access will be all subscription based access. So, one of the standard thing is probably AWS is the standard provider, which will provide probably everything to you. You need not have to have a copy, or you need not have to maintain any software or tool on your system. And then the latest technology is Docker and containers. I think most of the computer science and IT faculties must be knowing. This has become a de facto standard for all kinds of process developments of softwares like CI, CO and lot of other things. So, I think with these tools and with this technology, awareness of the technologies, we should put all these things in a proper form, in black and white in your and include that into the IDP, which will help the evaluators to understand that what is your scope, what are your views, or what is your vision, and your means institute's vision of the institute development for a longer period. Okay. So, of course, we haven't considered all the points, the one which are very relevant to IT, CSA or electronics branch, circuit branch, and the pedagogical aspects only we have considered. So, IDP consists of lot of other things which needs to be appropriately addressed into the document, and which will be which has to be submitted to the authorities for its evaluation. And as I said, this is not a very short process, particularly NEP, implementation of NEP is very long process, very complex process as such, and the cooperation from every stakeholder, right from students, parents, and faculties in particular, is required to make it successful. And I hope that with this we will be able to provide our own contribution to it by supporting it wholeheartedly, and ensuring that the next generation to come into education will face less difficulties, and they will be able to gain knowledge at the pace which is expected in the very dynamic and changing world. Okay. So, with this I think I will stop here. If you have any queries, maybe let me admit to you that delivering a lecture, non-technical kind of lecture, is probably I am doing it for the first time, and normally do not accept this kind of things. So, if you ask me to deliver a lecture on algorithms or topic of my interest, I normally do. But nowadays it has become very important for everyone, every faculty to understand what NEP is. It should not happen that after 2 years you will get surprised that the things have changed a lot. So, you must put yourself into that shoes wherein the things are changing very rapidly. So, you will find that within 2 years, 3 years, there is a huge change, there could be a huge change. Of course, it all depends on the acceptability, but the things will not stop here. Whether you are accepting it or not, the public, I mean the world will accept, and you will have to follow those standards. Okay. So, it is better that we start preparing ourselves as early as possible, so that we can adapt to it, and if possible we could be a leaders into these domains. So, thank you very much for your patience listening, and I hope that this is useful. So, if you have any queries, any questions, I will be happy to answer. Again, remember that delivering a lecture is very simple, implementing it is tough job. So, even for ourselves it is tough job, but as a faculty we should experiment, and experiment should not be stopped. So, if you go on experimenting, many times you will, as I said, you will not succeed, but in some of the cases you will succeed, and that success itself will be very important for your own development. Okay. All right, thank you.
Respected, thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. Respected Dr. Dinesh Kulkarni, sir, and dear participants. I, Professor Nilima Devre, on the behalf of Computer Engineering Department, SITS Narhe, extend a very warm, hearty vote of thanks to the Honorable Dr. Dinesh Kulkarni, sir, who arrived to deliver a session by took out time away from their busy schedule. We had a great session with you, sir. You explained the NEP 2020 policies very well, and I hope now all the participants are well aware about the NEP 2020 policies and guidelines for the IDP implementations. I would like to extend a very special thanks to Dr. Geeta Nonde Madam for inspiring us, and I also wish I express to gratitude my total thanks to our principal, Dr. S.D. Markande sir, for his constant encouragement and consistent support. I extend my big thanks to all the dear participants and our teaching and non-teaching faculty members. Thank you all for making this event successful with your contribution. Thank you all. I request the participant Sneha Vandari madam to come forward for the certificate distribution. Sneha Vandari. I request Dr. Dinesh Kulkarni to hand over the certificate to the staff member. I request Ms. Sonal Jagtap ma'am to come forward. Mr. Praveen Lopande, sir. Other participants will get certificate shortly. I request all the participants to kindly come forward for the photo session.